Hello everybody. Welcome to this stream, game development stream. Welcome to the vibe. So today new week, and here we are. Here we are doing the cool stuff. So for those who don't know, we're creating like the game, the Leforged vibe. So this is like kind of like the game dev stream. The synthwave game combined with Art Deco. A lot of cool stuff. So yes, so this is like boomer shooter, sandbox, social deduction, and storyline and multiplayer. And basically you play the game as you progress the game and you unlock more gameplay elements and storylines. So we making these things like on the stream. The links, they are below somewhere. You can wishlist the game. And yes, we start the process. Or you can ask me the key if you want to join the playtest. Okay, so without quick, like long explanation, let's go. What was done, what we're gonna do. So, I had like really intense weekend. So I already like briefly spoke about this thing like on Sunday stream during just Gothic gameplay. Yesterday I was I was at work. So basically I completely like forgot to put everything to the obsidian. We will do this thing on the fly, I guess so. So again, what's the current state of like the progress? I'm a little bit on the stage of working with the core one more time. Oh yes, behind the chat. I'm working with the core elements. So converting the game, I'm in the process of converting the game to C++. So entire game was made like with the help of the blueprints. However, the Epic games, they will get rid of the blueprints in a couple of years. Like the minimum amount 3 years, the maximum amount 10 years. So we will not wait until this moment. So I decided to learn the C++. Like step by step, inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, we are learning this thing. Actually, this was not so complicated as I thought all these decades, so it's quite understandable at some level. Anyway, I have a lot of things, still a lot of things to learn and to figure this out. So I'm just like take this thing by chunks and convert this thing. So, and today I'm gonna like connect these C++ things to my blueprints. The conversation of the project finished basically, so like this like 65 version will be available on Steam like tomorrow for those who already have like the keys. I'm just like finishing like the convert process to C++. So for example, like these like FPS, now we have like this is like pure C++ function. By the way, let me pull up my stream overlay. I really need to work with my stream overlay as well. Oh yes, let's call the butterflies. Hmm. So what else? What else? Like the exit. Like for example, you see like this animation. Like previously, I made like this thing with the help of the blueprints. Now this thing works in C++. So big step. Anyway, so the thing I was working on is I'm trying to convert all my settings to C++, like audio, graphics, controls, HUD, show microphone icon, show frame rates, this kind of stuff. I connect this thing to switch this thing to C++. And yes, we're successful at this task so far. And we will do this thing today. So this is kind of like the main task. Also, I was working on the new quests. So the content is coming. The content is coming for the game. Okay, so I still got like really interesting. My overlay is not working correctly. Anyway, so what we got here? So the cool thing about like the reference. So now I have my custom C++ HUD component. This is the place where I store all my widget elements. Core, I moved this thing. Yes, I have custom game instance and HUD. And I convert like at least at the basic level some variables that I need to have them in my like memory, something like that. And I convert them to C++. The thing I have learned about this thing is you better to how this thing like called this word, initialize the variables in C++ because this means they will work way faster. Like for example, like show frame rates per second, like yes, FPS reference. This thing is now C++. And by the way, this is like really convenient. For example, this widget has no like property to be editable, so we can only read and write, and usually like we are not able to select the default value for this thing. So this is just like tiny organization moments. Oh my god, my hand is hurting. So I will start redoing the game version. So we also gonna do some code refactoring to make these things like more like memory free. So like again, it's time to have some optimizations. So if we go to like HUD size map, uh, 800 megabytes. This is quite few, I would say, not a lot, but still this is bad. Like I remember like the times when this was like 4 gigabytes, and this leads me to the problems. So now I'm trying to keep this thing as small as possible. So like step by step, I optimize this thing. So this might be go to like 800 and like maybe 10 really soon. because we will redo this stuff. Game version. So let's create custom event. We will make the optimization, we'll convert this hard reference, like the class, to the soft reference. And we remove like any cast and any like these references. Okay. Custom event. Show game version. And we will call this thing like here as well on the begin play of the hot component. So as soon as the game starts, we will change these things. Create tooltip, okay, blah blah blah, show game start, and we go here and we basically try to recreate this stuff. So let's for start copy this thing. Show game version, reset do once, show game version, okay. Reset do once. So basically we don't have any like new program language like from the Epic games yet. So only in the Fortnite, like the verse, I'm speaking about the verse. So we still like working on the with the blueprints. I converted like tiny functions, this and that. For example, string to bool. Like I have like my custom blueprint function, and basically kind of like the same on C++. So what we got here? So if this string is equal like true, this means like true. If false, this means like or anything else, this is like false. But basically in C++ I made like this thing. So in C++ I do these operations. So if this, so we convert this thing to like lowercase, doesn't matter like what, and we compare this thing like is this thing is true. We go like this. If false, we go like this. So basically this is it. I have exactly the same function in C++. Blueprint function, maybe this will be interesting and useful to you. So where this thing? Yes, string to bool. So this is like a boolean function with bool return, the reference to our library, reference to like current like function name, constant. This means like we like never change like this value, like do send this link like once, and string name of this value. So if in string equals true, such case ignore case. Yes, I ignore like the case, I guess. Yes, I just ignore the case, doesn't matter which case, and I set like return true. In any other cases we return false. Ignore. Yes, case insensitive, ignoring the case. So basically this is it. This is what I got, exactly the same function in C++. So yes, I'm just like learning like by these small chunks, replacing the blueprints, but still using like the blueprints. Eventually I think I will like later I will write everything in C++. So far it's like I perform like really easy things, and it's understandable. So yes, let's continue this stuff. And by the way, the performance, I don't know, maybe this is like 5.8, but the performance is way better. Like just simply load the game. You just open the game and it runs faster. You start the game and the settings, they perform like way faster, because like I upload a lot of parameters using like these nodes, but eventually this is like the virtual machine. Unreal Engine has like have to like go to the memory, like interpretate these stuffs and this thing back to like compiler, to the C++, C++ to assembler. So it's kind of like a lot of body movements. It's okay if you do this thing like just like a couple of the times, but if you do this thing like all the time, especially on the tick, this is the problem. So in C++, when you compile this stuff, this goes to direct to assembler, so the speed is tremendous. So you don't need to worry about this stuff. By the way, I have read like the idea, like how the computers arrived, like how to make the computer. And it's quite interesting and fascinating thing. Like the first programmers, you know, who are they? They are the electricians, like literally. So they took like some transistors and they sent the electricity to these like transistors. So we have the electricity. This means like, yes, 1. We don't have the electricity, we have 0. And if you combine like these transistors, like if you basically have like one like bubble lamp and another bubble lamp. So you send the code to one lamp, this like fires. This one is like turn off. And basically after that you come to the conclusion, yo, electrician, let's make a deal. Like if this thing light bubble like is turned, when this thing like turn on, this means true. If this thing is disabled, this means like false, something like that, you know. And they put like more transistors, and they like now can get like or and like 2 or only 1, or like basically they put bunch, like a lot of transistors, and they send like the electricity to these points, and basically you kind of like creating like your own logic. So you know, we know like these 5, this means like this, or these 4, this means like this, or these 2, this means like this, these 2 like, so you kind of like start making like the endless variations of like variations. And basically they like had the agreement about this stuff, and in order to make this thing more optimized, I would say optimized, they started to like use like the just simple cards with like dots. This means like true, false, like at some point the amounts of these cards was just enormous, just like thousands cards to send the data to the PC. And eventually the new like electricians like the programmers, they get like tired of this thing, so they decided let's make the catalog the digital catalog of these cards. So they created like the kind of like this storage. If you go to like to this specific direction, this will run like the specific card, let's say, you know. So if you like use the access to like the folder A, when the computer goes to the folder A, it automatically will see like the card number like A, for example, you know, and he will perform this action, and this card A goes back to like ends with like some sort of like another card which sends this thing back to like folder, and this folder you find like another card, and like this is goes how it goes. So basically this was like the first operating system. This one called like BIOS, you know, BIOS. And basically BIOS is kind of like the storage of these cards, you know. Later the programmers like they decided, oh, actually, so this was like the pure assembler, 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1. At some point the programs they get tired of like this like speed again, and they decided, what if we could like draw a window, for example, like the mouse or something like that, you know, make the interface. So they pushed like the computer around through these like cards again over and over again, in order to basically perform like the mathematics to draw something like on the screen. And this is how this thing like appeared. This is how we got our first operating systems. And eventually like the this process is performed by the processors. The greater like processor, like the more transistors it has, the more operations it can perform, like per like millisecond, you know. So basically we like turn on and off the processors like with a really high frequency. And with this like pre-made logic by these electricians. So back then these electricians, they said like 0 1 0, like 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 0 0. This means move, for example. Like this is like the classic. And we are agreed, okay, this is like move, and we all humanity agreed this thing, and we do not touch this thing. So this is like the answer like for the question, can this thing is there any ways to decompile like to create the non-decompilable program or software? The answer is no, unless if you have your own like assembler or like the language in general. So you kind of like created your own like structure. And then we went backwards with Linux, because practically every person active on social media uses only for the command line. Yes, hello, welcome in. Yes, and the Linux, this guy, the tiny like we have like 3 operating systems nowadays, like Windows, okay, 4 maybe, like BIOS, Windows, but BIOS is like kind of Microsoft thing, Linux, and Temple OS. Like basically we have 3 of them. Temple OS, if you don't know, this operating system was and still it exists. It's a Greek miracle, I would say. Greek miracle. Why this is like the really old philosophical term. Like the Greeks, they had like the beliefs that one person can achieve like many things. Like, you know, like this is like Odyssey thing, so you can in a solo you can create like a lot of like amazing stuff. So this is why I call this like Greek miracle. So there was like the person who like solo created like his own like operating system like from scratch. He created like kind of like his own programming language, his compiler and his operating system. So he indeed created like the miracle. So you can Google this guy, Terry or Davis, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Terry, how this thing like Terry Davis. Yes, Terry Davis. So this was like the programmer, but this is like really like I would say interesting and sad story at the same time. So this is like the programmer who had like the schizophrenia. He was sure that the God speaking to him, and the God says him to create like this operating system. So and he and life basically. He was like he had like really big struggles in the life because of his mental condition, and at the same time he was like the genius basically like the psychiatrist they could say you like the base thing, the amount of like the dopamine inside of the brain. If you stimulate the brain with the dopamine, like the certain areas, you can become like the genius, like accidentally, or you will become like schizophrenic. So it's like the borderline between one of these two. So it's kind of like really often the genius people, they are not there, so they live inside of their heads. It's a bless and a curse at the same time. So anyway, we got like nowadays 3 operating system. The Linux, this guy, the Linux, this was like the pet project actually. So he was like the student. He like as any other student, he has like no money, and he wanted to do some cool stuff, like program cool stuff. So he kind of like created like emulator of the existing like some sort of like operating system. I'm not sure. Oh yes, the existing like I forgot like this name, but there was like another one. So he kind of like recreated this operating system as like the joke, and he said like, okay, so this was just like my pet project. This was like the joke. I give this thing called anyone for free. If you would love to continue this thing, like you're welcome. And many programmers joined to his code, and like all together they created like the Linux. So this is like the product of the humanity just in general. So yes, basically the more transistors we have in our CPU, the more operations we can perform. And again, like each program can be decompiled, can be hacked, because every computer work in basically the same way. We use like the assembler, the pre-made predefined logical structures by the first electricians, the first true programmers, the electricians. So unless if you use the quantum computer, or if you create like your own like logical operations, so for example, like instead of like 1 0 1 0 0 0 0, you will like, instead of this thing you will use like not move, but for example like plus. So yes, it's kind of this gonna be like the endless like decryption process. And I'm not sure, like, this is like, okay, this is like the the fun task for those who want to do this thing. This is it. So yes, this is like the power of this thing. So I was just curious. Again, I'm self-taught like programmer, and just like I was curious like to figure out how the computer works. And turns out it's kind of like simple at the same time and genius at the same time. So, and I am converting my blueprints to C++. So again, like this is like the blueprint, just like is this thing is equal true, case insensitive, ignore any case. This means true. Any other things, this means false. We go back to C++. Basically, this is it. If equals true, ignore case, we got like our like true boolean. Any other case, false. Basically, this is it. So I'm like just like piece by piece creating like these chunks. Maybe I will make some like tutorials for those who would love to jump to the C++ a little bit, but have some struggles as I do. Maybe this will help in some way. So, and yes, as I said, converting this stuff. Creating like the variables. And yes, that's what we give. Show game version. So what else? What else? I use the components on the player controller in order to store like my data and blah blah blah. But turns out Epic Games have like the any file with like user settings. I just override this stuff, like code this thing like vibe. Of course, we have like daily portion vibe, and I store these things like there. And the code is getting cleaner and cleaner and cleaner, and I love it. I really love it. So, show game version. If we have like is show game version, yes. So this means we start the async load, you know, in order to not store this thing into the memory. Otherwise, you could like mess up with your project really bad. Again, like my case. I started like making the vibe, like the teleporting vibe, like 4 times. And I had no idea why I had like the critical issue, so like my project was not able to just to open up. So the thing is like how much memory this thing consumes. So currently this is like this a lot. I need to optimize this thing, but it was even worse back then. It was like 7 gigabytes just to like any asset you load, this automatically eats 7 gigabytes. And this is like performance killer, and at some point it was like not even like I run out of the memory just to open the project. So yes, this is like one of the reasons why modern games like in Unreal Engine they are lagging, because usually programmers they do not know about this stuff. They just do this stuff, so they are like they want to make this thing like work, and that's it. They do not care about like the optimizations. And after that we have like these like jokes about the Unreal Engine optimization. So in order to like solve these things, we will use like the tricks as like the interface call and like these interface calls and the soft references. So this is incorrect. So this is hard reference, and we convert this thing to soft. So we create like we load this thing to the memory if we need, create this widget. So game version set game version set reference. This is like this C++ variable. So this is like blueprints. We will get rid of this thing as well, because if you create like the variables in C++, they work way faster. So they are like in the memory, in the machine code, like already. So the Unreal Engine, you don't need to like ask for like the virtual machine, ask your RAM to give me more like memory to hold these things. So it's kind of like the performance, you know. Maybe if you're like really just the beginner with like the C++, I think just like tiny step, like first step is to convert your iron, like 100%, like these variables, like they will be there like no matter what, to C++. This is like this will give you performance already. So we create like this stuff again. We go to like add to viewport. Sure, why not? Reset do once. No, we will use like this one. So I'm just like doing this stuff. What else? Set user widget. Interesting. I could combine this thing like actually, but let's, because of like this async, no, I will use this thing like so. And what we got here? Game version reference, and pass this thing to our VR camera. Game version. Version. So I have VR support, and we can switch the UI on the fly to have the VR or non-VR camera. Like these are like the VR UI. So like a different perspective, but yes, quite, I would say, interesting solution. I love it. So game version. You know what? We need to where this interface, yes. FPS. Create widget inside of hub component. So FPS. Game version, and put this thing here and here. And we do not forget to game version get rid of this stuff. So like we clear this widget completely. So we know like there is like the widget somewhere here, but we remove the hard reference from here. So now it has no like direct reference to this game version, which is good. And as soon as we go like use the soft reference, hard reference, we add this thing to our main menu, and we add this thing to our VR menu, and we can like switch between of them. And this is like the process how to like remove this thing as well. So get game version, validate get. Oh yes, by the way, if you're Unreal Engine user, the Epic they have really cool pinch feature, like this was added like recently. So we all know about like is valid this stuff, but they created like the same thing for the branch, which is really useful. and makes the code even cleaner. So yes, really recommend it. I very often forget about this stuff, but because it was like added recently or something like that. Okay, game version. Stop timer, like close widget. What we got here? Let's recreate this stuff. And here we are. Yes, frame rate. This is like another my C++ function. I converted like blueprint tick to like just timer, internal timer of the engine, and I got like the direct engine values without any mathematics. Like really, like I do some mathematics, but it's like all C++ and Giga optimized. Plus added some extra things. So and inside of the Unreal Engine, they have like the header file to work with like the memory. So I just like get my memory usage of the project and just in total the system usage. So yes, really a lot of cool stuff. Oh, so close widget. Actually, we don't need this thing. We don't need. I don't have anything there. No, I will use this thing. So yes, go to. No, we don't need it. Game version. I don't have any like timers, nothing. It's just like pure like text. The update visuals, yes, I don't have any timers. By the way, you can like how you can do this thing yourself. Basically, if you go to like the Epic, they have like default thing like get project version blueprint node. Basically, if you go to like project settings in a moment. Yes, project version 65. Now it's like I'm working on which version I have. 65? I forgot my current version of the game. I guess 65. Steam. Where are like the news? Yes, current version 65. So yes, let's spin this thing. And duplicate to those who are on YouTube. Okay. So we don't have anything here, just like visuals. We will get rid of this thing in a moment. Again, like I have like hard component with these like variables, which I store like to the text file on the disk. So like no, yes, I will get rid of this kind of stuff, like all these macaronis. We will get rid of them, and everything will be really simple and neat. So anyway, like we don't need this thing, like close widget interface. We don't need it. So what are we doing here? So we get our camera reference, set clear widget, clear widget from the VR. We remove this thing from the screen and reset do once thing, I guess so. Reset do once. Reset do once. And let's do this thing as well. Show game version. Misclick. Good. Yes. Now this thing is ready and optimized, so we can like game version deprecated. Get rid of this. Oh yes, by the way, can we? And now, can we? Can we? And now, yes. Okay, now we need to comment this thing. Game version. And this thing we convert as soon as we create like our logic, as soon as I create like the HUD. Yes, I already connected this thing stuff. So we like go and we do these checks, and as soon as we change like our dispatcher like values inside of this structure, we update all this stuff. And now let's connect the widget, the actual widget, to the... Yes, by the way, is the size map is... Oh yes, do you remember this was 813? Now it's 812.9. So this now is way more optimized. Not way, but more optimized. Like this, just like tiny like piece of like this sand, and it's more optimized. So again, I had some mistakes and still have some mistakes in architecture, and that's why I'm like hold all this kind of stuff. So like right now my HUD knows about the character and knows about the character skeletal mesh, you know, and like textures and this kind of stuff. This is like really bad. This is like big mistake in the architecture. I had no idea about this thing before, like accidentally, because like again, like my project like crashed like 4 times. I had to recreate all these things from scratch 4 times. Like I don't know, like why, but the engine actually explained me like there was like the error memory access, something like that. So basically I got like run out of like the memory, and I started to like if I close like the Chrome, for example, I have a chance that the project will like I will launch the project. I had like the chance, and so it's, I don't know, like maybe I should use like the Google or something like that. But yes, eventually, like by just like with the pain, I figure this out. So go back to game version. What we got here? Apply VR settings. Game version. Dead visuals. Huh? I messed up something. Like, so first thing first, this thing we don't need. This thing we don't need. So again, like size map. This is like 813. Like just tiny show game version. This is like extremely bad. So get rid of this thing. This VR widget we don't need. Go back to VR player camera where this thing. Buy from. Booms. This is like for the later, for the future. I need to convert the VR headset. Sometimes this is like a pain. So, what's going on? Where's my FPS? Ah, I got it. So on event construct, we basically yes, this is all we need. We just get our version, set our text that we need. Pre-alpha y. Okay, get rid of this stuff. It's already pre-alpha here, so like I don't need to set this thing one more time. So I basically even construct, I set the game version and that's it. Is show game version, again, we don't need this anymore because this thing is like called from here, from the dispatcher. Show game version, VR enabled, again, this is like I made this thing in another way. And let's get rid of the text data as a variable. And that's it. So let's see the amount of size map. It's still 113. Why? Because of the text. Because of the text. So I have the way how I made like my structure is the following. So this text you see is actually my custom text widget. I have W text, in which I put like, for example, like I have, let's say like all kind of like logic, like print, string, like shrinking text, like a style of the text, combined like connect this style to other dispatchers and so on. A lot of logic here. And I use here somewhere like the other components, again, hot settings, like blah blah blah, and they use like other libraries, which libraries use, like, for example, like player state has like the reference to the character and blah blah blah. So this is like the chain. So yes, I still got a lot to fix, despite the fact that this is kind of like clear widget. This still really bad. Or I can do this thing in this way. No, I will leave it. I will leave it because, again, this text is has a lot of inherent options, so we can even scale this text. So inside of the thing, so we will connect this thing today as well. So what we got here: user settings, hard settings, font size. Again, I've added like these things like off stream because I have the HDD, so like I just like made like the work in C++ in advanced, and I'm just like converting this thing, like connecting this thing to blueprints. Someday I will get SDD and we will able to do this thing in runtime. This takes me like 20 minutes to compile the stuff. It's impossible. Impossible. So, okay, let's go back to the settings. So the actual settings to change this stuff. And yes, let's go to hard settings. What we got? Game is show game version. Find load parameter. So no longer this thing. Nope. Save parameter and nope. Yes, show game version. Remove. Yes. So we have left the reference in our actual like menu to change these parameters. Okay. Menu, settings, hard, settings, hard. Game version. Okay, what we got here? This thing we don't need, by the way. Checkbox. So this thing a little bit deprecated. Checkbox I need to do in this way. So basically, this is like my old system, and we get this thing in the following: get 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 I'm totally forgot, like get wipe user settings, get hard settings, set members, and is show game version this one. So we change this value, and after that we apply settings. So basically, like we overwrite our ini file, and we should call like the dispatcher, but I kind of like confused. I'm confused with my logic. With my logic. Game user settings. Yum, 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 yum. Yes, so and I call this thing back to this place, and yes, my thing like target this thing. So I was confused, like where like I remember I connected this thing to be called on these like game user settings, but somehow it's in hard. So I was like confused, like do I have to connect this thing to hard or game user settings? So yes, I just like was lost for a moment. Call hard vibe game user hard settings and font size. Font size I made separate dispatcher for the sake of like my sanity and performance. So what we got here? Oh, deprecated, make to tip line, boom, and the same, boom. update visuals. Wipe user settings, break is show game version. Good. So basically that's it. Let's test it, and basically we create item what? This just like my thing. So I also made like this stuff in order to like again using like the built-in engine things like is directory exist, delete directory, this kind of stuff. So I just like instead of path it was like path, misspelled. So play. Now you probably like see this is like the right corner, game version 65 pre-alpha. Go to like this thing, game version, and good. So good thing we have one problem and one good thing. So this actually like show game version works. We show and hide this stuff, but I see now I have some problems with my frame rate counter. For some reason this like creates copies of this thing. So maybe the same happens with the game version. So this is like really big problem right now. Okay, show game version, boom 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 boom, and see how many things we got. So FPS we got many, and game version we got like only one. So game version works just fine, but FPS okay. Why this thing works here, I don't get it, but yes, this is like the problem. So we restart this thing, we need to make sure, so this thing is true, yes. We need to make sure, like, is this thing like exists? If this thing is not exists, we create like this stuff and we reset do once. Okay, what about VR camera? Okay, so nice. Inside of our VR widget, let's do the check. FPS, get user widget, get widget. Can we do this thing? Anyway, like, yes, we can do set widget. No, I don't want to do any casts here. I don't want to do any casts. if this thing is valid, we're gonna do sequence. We try to override our VR widget just in case. If this widget is the same, we said like the same thing and nothing really happened. And after that, we just like reset the ones. And basically we need to do the same check here in our game version. So let's check it. Hot game version. So yes, the same widget. Show FPS. Game version. Yes, works. Nice. If not valid, and sequence. If we have something here, we set this snap as usual and we reset this thing. Yes, perfect. Perfect. Yes. Fixed. So maybe we can write something, because like we have to make the update tomorrow and our changelog is empty. However, the work the amount of work was just tremendous. So let's create like the new thing. I guess this is fixes. Let's open the Google Translate. So first thing first, like code refactoring. This is just like bunch of like old stuff under the hood. Converted to C++. Show FPS. Converted to C++. Show FPS. Show memory usage. And show total memory in use. Something more, but we will do it. We will fill it a little bit later. Boom. Okay, what else we got here? Game user settings. What aim? Aim. Do I have the aim converted? Like I forgot. Aim. I don't remember. Aim. Yes, aim as well converted. Convert to C++ show aim. What else? Converted. Game version, font size. Show hide microphone. Oh, next thing, like font size, show or hide microphone. So yes, we continue making like this stuff. And yes, by the way, I had like the issue. For those who will like, for example, work with like the custom text boxes. Epic changed something in 5.8, so I got like the infinite crash in attempt to work with my input box. So I had something wrong with like font family. I don't know exactly what. Like the log shows that engine crashes. He was not able to find like the original font, but I used the original font. So the solution was to go back to 5.6, remove all pre-construction scripts, and then after that copy this thing to 5.8, and the conversation was successful. So yes, it's quite a challenge to convert the game to new versions. So let's go the butterflies one more time. Font size. Okay, let's do font size. Settings, hot, close other tabs. Yes, cool. Hot now is way more optimized. Like at least just one tiny percent, but it's way lesser. So from the like actual gameplay perspective, this will affect almost nothing, because by default it's true, so we will be able to see this anyway. But just in general, this is like the performance, just like small tiny steps everywhere. Ah yes, font size. Oh yes, I forgot about this thing. I actually converted font size as well. I totally forgot about this thing. Cool. Converted to C++. Font size settings. What else? Show or hide microphone. Man. The microphone, I need to do exactly the same thing with the with this. Like I need to create like the variable like microphone reference. But you can. I will create this stuff, sure. Microphone reference. You property blueprint read write blueprint read write plus u user widget micro on reference. So is this link like correct? I'm typing this link like no, this was not incorrect. Blueprint user and teach myself to type this stuff like physically. So header. Microphone reference. Microphone reference equal null pointer. Basically empty. So I need to like use the live coding or like close the engine and compile the stuff, but this will take me like 20 minutes like plus this stream, and I'm not sure this is like good idea, so I will just keep doing the other stuff, and eventually I can yes sure I will be able to create like basically the same thing but for the microphone. Game version, blah blah blah, microphone. This is like for the later. Show microphone. Show microphone. Reset do once. Wait a second, please. Okay, I'm back. Reset. Do once. Show microphone. Is show microphone boolean here. And blah blah blah. Microphone. Microphone. As for the this is way complicated. So microphone, it's a little bit different, so a little bit different, I guess so. Oh, yes, this is like for the later. Microphone task. So I need to switch myself back to work. One more time. Oppo. Okay, give me one short break and I'll be right back. Oh, it's not it's not blue. So yes, be right back. I'm back. So let me see. I think I have some issue with like microphone. Here, camera. Update FPS. Update FPS. This thing we don't need as well. Yes, this is like a cool thing for the future, but this will be called from this place, like later. Microphone. Ah, yes, so we got microphone reference, icon, on speaks. Oof, oh my god, oh my god, ah, so many things to rewrite. Oh, oi. This is like so bad. Custom event. Tick. Timer. The timer by function name. Looping point 1. Tick timer. Remove, get rid of the stuff. So, oh my god, this is so bad. Get rid of tick as much as you can, especially in widget blueprints. So this is like eventually like the alternative to tick. Boom. So, yes, I need to compile in order to recreate like this stuff. But before that, so what else we got? Game version, microphone, font size. Oh, that's it. That's it. Is this it? This is it? Maybe I could like. Maybe I could do like microphone reference. So go back to like microphone ref deprecated. Save all. Close the stuff. We will not use the runtime compilation because in some case like this really does not make any sense. Like at least for me, like if I get like the crash as soon as I start like the engine, I will lose my kind of like progress. So I try build with like Visual Studio. So go to like project, like solution file, and press the build button. So this will take some time. Like maybe 10 minutes. So we can So we can like talk about something. So cancel, build cancel. Like what was going to delegate? Why this thing? I want to do like this thing. Save it all. Hot VR settings. Oh yes, I also have like the graphics settings. I prepared the graphics settings. So like, okay, we will build this thing. We will be able to finish the microphone at least like one variable and move to the graphics. So the meta localization key format none. This means the engine will not take this structure into like the localization like dashboard. So I have the enumerator inside of the structure. So basically if we set this thing like meta here inside of like the structure, this means like everything. You could add as many enumerator as you want. You will not take them as the things needs to be translated. So yes, my custom enumerator, C++, graphics settings switcher. What else? What else? We will... Oh my god. It's really dangerous to switch my windows inside of this thing. I can accidentally put like symbols. Oh yes, here we are. Here we are. I have some errors. I cannot compile the... I cannot compile this stuff. What's going on? Build. What's going on? I think I messed up my code somewhere. Plus the compiler says that I have like the engine running currently. So let's do this again. Let's see if this will not success. We'll deal with this thing later. So anyway, we like as a minimum, we have like the graphic settings. Oh yes, plus VR settings. So yes, many things. VR settings, graphics settings. Anti-aliasing mode, brightness, screen percentage, resolution. Yes, so it's kind of like C++ day. I'm excited actually in some way. Okay, so I got the error. What's going on? Like, am I crazy? Like, what's going on? Like, this thing. Why you saying that the engine is running on the background? So I closed my Steam overlay. Maybe this is like the reason. Okay, let's see. No engine. Oh my god! How is this possible? 72% OBS Studio is eating like 70%. 70! Karl! Oh my god. What was that noise? Ah! Look at this stuff. He actually pointed me out like I forgot to put this symbol. Like I declared the variable user widget. So this was like my mistake. So this is so this is like the problem. This here 100%. This is here. Let's do this thing one more time. %. This is insane. 70%. So yes, this is like the downside of the C++ if you don't have the SSD. I will start preparations to buy the SSD like approximately from this week. The main thing right now is to compile the game to deliver this thing to players. What else? Also, I've been working on the new environment things, customization things. We will, if we get like the time, we will do this thing on the stream. So we need to add the new actors for the vibe editor, new preset, So yes, couple of the animations for the character also there. So yes, quite a lot. So I got like no error here, no error message. This is good so far. Maybe we can read some philosophy. Let's do this thing. One moment. Oh yes, this is just the random opening. But we already discussed this thing, but still feels kind of like fresh. Like from the Marcus Aurelius. The color of your thoughts. How can how can I translate this thing in more poetic way? I will use the translator. Okay. The color of your thoughts. Whatever you imagine, such will be your thought, because the soul is saturated with these ideas. Marcus Aurelius. And we can discuss this thing. So this is like really interesting and might be controversial topic. And the again like the commentary of like the modern philosopher. If you have to like, if your job to like, for example, to sit every day like in the office, you have like different like curves of your like spine, and the doctor, like by the rentgen like image, he or she could tell that you like had the specific style of like the living. So you had to like sit during like near the desk and do not make any physical like activities, like really strong physical activities. And the same way works if you wear like really tight shoes. The feet, they deformate according to the shoes. The same accurate is for the mind. If you have negative like self-perception, you will meet everything in the negative way. And if you will like reject everything, you will be like kind of like reject, I mean like the idea, you will be like left behind like the, I would say like the ideas, the mind, the perspective, the brightness, like I would say like the technologies maybe. If you paint your mind with like the negative paint, again everything will be negative. So there is like the idea that we should control, so succeed. So we have the successful compilation. Good. So this is the idea that we need to control our perception. You know what I would add to this thing? I would add some extra things to this thing. Like nowadays we can like say there is like the modern disease, I would call it, like the people like ironically says like this is like the Delulu disease. Like from one side, like the Stoics, they teach you to be like in charge of your thoughts, but the modern society is kind of like really, it has a lot of the narcissistic tendencies. Like these people, like let's say in quotes, they have like such state of mind, like they say like they super like powerful, they like super like they deserve things, like they are like kings and queens, something like that. This boosts like the mood, but this is like really really dangerous path to push yourself into this direction, because this is like straight road to the depression according to the psychologists. As soon as you like, when you are try to pretend that person who you not, like you will be in the depression like sooner or later. So it's really complicated. Fake it until we make it. I think it's better to start from the small steps, not pretend that you are really, really big brain or big like achiever. You know, start with small steps, and eventually you don't need to feel pretend that you achieved like many things. I hope this makes sense. It's really deep. The deep truth is here that this works. So we have like the mirror neurons inside of our head. So basically, like, you know, this phrase like tell me who your friends, and I tell you who you are. And this is like the truth. But from the biological perspective, inside of our brain we have the mirrored neurons. We just like unconsciously copy our environment. So if you are among like the, let's say, like sad, miserable people who do not chase anything, do not strive to anything, and they are kind of like unhappy, no matter what you do, you can be best at psychology, best at this and that, really happy and this and that, but eventually your brain will adopt like the behavior of the masses, and you potentially could become like these, like the same as these people. Like this could be A, like sad, or B, like happy people, you know. But again, very interesting topic. But who really you are? This is really hard to find the yourself, true yourself. If you like just like, okay, you're happy or not happy, happy, not happy, like rich, poor, I don't know, like these like policies. But where you are in this, where are you in these things? So it's a completely different path to figure out. Only when you are alone, this is like the only true way to figure out who you are, like what you like or what you don't like. Why people call me? Okay, I'm here. So we compiled this thing successfully, and we are kind of ready to go, continue the work. So yes, This is like the really big question. Who you are? Who really you are? And as far as I heard from the psychologist, the only way to find out is to be alone. You are not becoming like the part of like any group. You find true yourself. And as soon as you find true yourself, this is like very often very scary process, because this arises so many questions when you're like between you and you, like alone. But as soon as you will find these things, and you will find the peace and happiness. Okay, let's go to the work. I'm giga confused because like just like that I have so many things like tomorrow to do from these like calls. In our like I already have like 3 activities like tomorrow. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, so I will try to I will try to finish work like today. Perhaps we will get the update of the game in the morning. And yes, I will go and do the stuff. Oh my god. Yes, I need to go this way, like couple of hours there. Couple of hours there, like oh my god, so many body movements. Is show microphone. Get microphone reference. So let me ask the question. Microphone reference. So this is a little bit different. This is a little bit different. The microphone by the default is already inside of the my HUD. Yes. Is already inside of my HUD. So I guess I will rerun this thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Show microphone. Relay hot. Relay. Overlay. So I have two HUDs. HUD game and HUD game editor. Like I have microphone here and microphone there. So I'm just like so I'm just like thinking around like these circumstances, like sudden circumstances for tomorrow. Microphone, microphone. The engine stuck, frozen. I guess I will not do the same thing with microphone. So since this is like already in the, let's say, in the HUD component plus in the VR, so this is like in the memory. I will leave with this thing in the memory by the default. Yes. The only thing I will change is set reference in order to change in other HUDs. So yes, set microphone reference. Tick timer, blah blah blah, show keybind status. Oh. HUD settings, okay. Get game user, get vibe game user settings, get HUD settings. Break it is show microphone. Oh yes, and bind HUD settings. Update visuals. Update visuals. Is this thing is true, we run the timer. If false, clear timer by function name. Mm-hmm. You know what? I think this is okay. This is okay. So I will remove microphone reference. What? Why I can't? Yes. Please show microphone. So get rid of this thing. So now it's way less. And the last microphone. The settings. Again, update visual song constructor. We don't need checkbox. Make this in this way. Game user settings. Get HUD settings. Set members. Show microphone. Yes, by the way, let's pull out stream. And after that, apply settings and call HUD settings, update the dispatch. Yes, this one is deprecated. Okay, loading. Vibe user settings. Did I damage somehow my hand? It hurts, like my finger hurts, like it's kind of like plus something here. I feel the pain just to type something. Is show microphone. Okay, good. Good. Y parameter name is variable. We don't need this thing as a variable. Hardline. Ah, I know why. Okay, I know why. Oh, interesting. Okay. Seems to me working. Oh yes, by the way, the Epic they just reworked like the layer system. So this is gonna be like the surprise for me. Is this loading process will work or not? Oh, still waiting. Still waiting and not sure like why. Is this like real loading stuff or my code stopped working? Again, the Epic changed something. So I haven't tested this thing yet. Oh yes, so apparently my new code works. Nice. Nice. Why I have like this cursor? I have something with my cursor actually. This shows incorrectly. Okay, let's check microphone. Microphone icon. Here. FPS microphone. Okay, so microphone works. Now this thing. Yes, by the way, let's go to the game editor. Let's see how this will go. Somehow I get stuck. Perhaps like the breakpoints somewhere or something like that. We'll see. Everything is frozen, like, oh, what? I don't know. Where's my cursor? No? OBS now 45%. 50. got the crash. Reason unknown. We'll see. Maybe we will get the code converted to C++. Oh, micro icon. Where is my log? So next. Next. Graphics. We will convert the graphics and VR settings. Check the streams while we reload this stuff. No debugging symbols for this crash, so like, I have no idea. I have all debugging symbols, so this is just like engine stuff. I mean, hey, oh my, what I see, C++ settings and description, is it real or bug? Hello Andrew, hello. Jump. So yes, welcome in. The jump is still not there. Will be someday, really soon. But yes, these are the real settings. This is not the clickbait. We are indeed connecting C++ game user settings. So again, I have found the better solution to store like these settings and get rid of the macaronis, basically. I'm just like reloading like the engine. I got like the crash. So basically I have the components inside of my player controller, each component for different settings: graphics, controls, audio, HUD, and I do all logic basically there. And it's kind of works, but it's really not the best way to use these things. So anyway, I have found the Epic. They have like the in file with a lot of settings. I've decided to put everything inside of this thing and basically get rid of these components, so we don't need them. And this is kind of like make structure easier and so on and so on. And this works perfectly, I would say. Works so far very good, very optimized, very fast. And I'm just like on the journey to replace my old graphics settings with the new one. So we will have like big juicy ini file. So if we go to like our project, I guess config, default engine, so yes, this is not here, but I guess saved config Windows no editor. Yes, game user settings. And this is like vsync, so most of these settings they are here already, like blah blah blah, default engine stuff, and this goes mine. Is use vsync. I need to figure out why I have to do these things. Like basically I have the duplicate. Okay, so VR setting, graphics settings, and here we are, like body type, screen percentage, brightness. I put everything here. Very long loading stuff. I'm not sure why. So far, these show FPS, show aim, show game version, font size, show microphone is like fully C++. The next thing is like working on like the VR and graphics. So I kind of like prepared like this stuff today to convert this thing to C++. Again, the next update will be really kind of like not huge. I'm in the process of like adding like the new quest, so I'm writing the dialogues, I'm making like the environment, but I'm not sure that I will be able to deliver these things like tomorrow or any other like previous fixes. Maybe if we get lucky, like by evening. Again, like really suddenly, I have like busy first half like of the morning and half of the day. For morning and half of the day, I have really busy outside things to handle, to deal with, and I will be back to by evening to keep to continue the work. Oh yes, oh yes. So many cool things to do. So many cool things to do. Oh my god, this update is just like code refactoring. I guess like convert whole game to C++. What do you mean like 4 plus? Now it's 35. Okay, let's go to graphics settings. I move the graphics settings from the component of the graphics settings to game instance, because game instance lives between like maps and sessions, all this kind of stuff, and the controller between like the levels. So basically I knew that this was like the problem, but yes, I run this check like twice. I apply my graphics settings twice, like 3 times to be more specific. Graphics settings. Okay. Get by user. Bind graphics. So they should be this way. Okay, yes, if not dedicated server, so we don't need the graphics. Dedicated server. On this one, create event, graphics settings, and graphics settings here as well. Get vibe user settings, get graphics settings, and we got some, we got 3 of them. Gamma brightness. Brightness. Get rid of this stuff. Screen percentage resolution. So weird why I made it in this way. Screen percentage resolution. And anti-aliasing mode. Select good graphics settings, they are in the correct places. So let's delete this stuff. Anti-aliasing modes, get rid of this thing. Anti-aliasing modes. Okay. So currently we will have like two system works at the same time. Hope people don't care about like this internal stuff. Delete screen percentage resolution. Delete brightness. Delete. Okay. And the last thing we have left is to connect the front end with back end. Screen percentage resolution. We'll start from this thing. So graphics settings, we don't need this thing anymore. Even construct, nice, yes, sure. Here we are, we get by user settings, graphics, screen percentage resolution goes here. Good. What we got here? Reset. Reset, easy. We get set members percentage. It's set to like 80. Instead of this like update stuff, like save stuff, we call like apply settings. So we write the data to ini file and call graphics. Call graphics. Call graphics, and basically we can update visuals again. Visuals, I mean like the slider, the text. And we have left, the only thing we have left is apply this thing. By the way, components graphic, get rid of this thing. Again, set screen percentage resolution. Apply settings. And call update. Save graphics on mouse capture. Ah. Capture and okay, so I will call this thing like this, and this thing I will just apply. Okay, these settings ready. Next, brightness. Brightness. Slider. Really change. Really change. Get wipe user. Slider 2%, yes. And cool graphics. What? What? Graphics settings. Interesting. I messed up with like, so I have VR, apply graphics settings, and this is like graphics, and this is like for some reason in VR. So this should be like graphics, and this one is like VR. Category graphics, wipe user graphics settings signature, graphics settings signature, change signature. VR user settings, yes. I don't know how, but I like changed like the order. We will not do the recompilation, we will do it like sometimes, some later, someday later. So okay, let's change this thing. We put the delay as well, just tiny delay on slider capture and apply settings. And reset, button reset. capture and edit visuals. Reset. Reset should be like this. Update visuals. Call this thing. No, well, we apply setting first. We apply settings and call this stuff and update values. Make sure this works the same. Capture and we will not call this thing back. We will not call this thing. No, wait a second. We need to call it. So this thing is not correct. Okay. No. So yes, and reset. Good. And here we are, the last. Brightness. Okay, brightness settings are there. Anti-aliasing mode. Last settings for the graphics. Graphics, we don't need this thing here as well. Update visuals. Constructs, so we have like the same structure. Update visuals. So get vibe game user settings. Get graphics, get break, anti-aliasing mode, and just like inner to string, combo box, select. So we will have exactly the same thing as we have in C++. Next, on director, make sure pressed by the player only. Yes. Selected options. Well, switch on integer. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe game user settings, get graphics, set members, byte and byte to in. So ports we set like this. After that we apply settings and we hold settings. Graphics. Just make sure that I am calling the correct brightness graphics, resolution graphics. Yes. Basically that's it. I think the graphics now have C++. Graphics. Crash or what? What's going on here? What is going on? Slate text, slate font, again something, layout, widget. So something wrong with widgets. Hope we will get this thing breakthrough. Yes, this is like really the process fascinating. Make all this stuff work. But yes, eventually everything will be in C++. Will like I think we all have no choice, but we will call it like the verse. But at least we can call like our C++ functions. So maybe we will see. Like I think everything will be just okay. We need some time to adapt. But it's kind of like sad that we have to rewrite all this stuff. So, just for the sakes, today is like the 7th of the July. This book is kind of like for every day. nice, nice title. The 7th July. Our obligation is to learn or study. Oh my god, this is giga hard text to translate. Let me ask for help. Interesting. Wow. So, this is the moral letters to Lucilia from the Seneca. Mental storm. Okay, so we will got some engine. Yes. From the Seneca, moral letters to Lucilio. Mental storms toss us daily, and through our own worthlessness we suffer all the woes of Ulysses. Beauty seduces our eyes, and the enemy threatens. Here are fiercest monsters lusting after human blood. There is a treacherous temptation that attracts the ear, and all manner of misfortunes. Teach me how to love my homeland, my wife, my father, how to sail towards this venerable goal even after shipwreck. This is like something like on the edge of like wisdom and like the crisis. And the commentary. Many teachers in schools tell us about the Odysseus. They like name the dates, like discuss if the author like was like the Homer, or was he like blind. They discussed like the tradition, and they tell like the scholars, like the students, who are the Cyclopus, and how the Trojan horse, how the Trojan horse was like operated, like how this was work. The advice from Seneca to a person who studied like the classics is forget everything. Forget like the name, the date, the place. They doesn't matter. Like, practically they doesn't matter. The only thing is matter is like the moral. If you are in the Odyssey, catch like the only thing, if you somehow manage to catch in the Odyssey only like the main thing that is important is like the matter of like dedication, I would say. The danger of like ego. Interesting. Like oh. The main thing that the Seneca pointing, so what really matter in this literature, like this poem, is like the degree of persistence, the danger of like pride, like ego, the risk of temptation and destruction. Having digested everything else, then you understand something. So this is like the main point of this thing. We are not trying to pass the tests successfully, get like the best mark, or make the good impression on our teachers. We read, we learn how to live, be good as a person, always and always, for eternity. always and forever and ever. So yes, this really, I really understand what author tries to say, but really complicated this thing in English for me to work with it. So it's kind of like it's applicable to the real life, you know. The consistency, like we can achieve something if we are the consistent. This is just like the fact. We can all like dream about this and that stuff, but if we do not take any actions and consistent actions, so nothing really matters. The pride, ego. The pride and ego is like the trap of our mind. Like the foolish person, like the fool is the one person who thinks that she knows like everything and acts correctly and like accordingly. Or like this is like above, I am above this thing. So yes, this is as well. So yes, this is more about like the fool and risks about the temptation and this destruction. Yes, this is like another like modern day society like problem, like the social media. We doom scrolling like these things like crazy all day long, and instead of like making like the cool stuff, like for maybe not for ourselves, for the people around you, so we're like chasing like the likes, the views, and missing like the point of like this, like what really matters. So yes, the Odyssey, we have read this thing in the school, quite fascinating like literature, a lot of like a lot of like mythical creatures and this kind of stuff, but yes, indeed, the good metaphor. So we need to learn. This is like the best like advice from this paragraph. Man, this is like really complicated. Really complicated to found this thing to my conscience through the language barrier. Let's see. Graphics. Another crash. Oh my god. This is bad. So the reason of the crash could be anything. First thing first, I will disable everything like what we have done. Maybe this is like similar thing with the widget. I see the logs. I see the logs and I think I know what's going on. So this is not the problem of my code. This is Unreal Engine. So there is like the error, the editable text box. Something with the editable box. If I try to open like the editable box right now, and if I get the crash, so this means like this is like internal Unreal Engine 5.8 problem, like 100%. Editable, editable text box. So this is like the new created thing. If this thing opens, good sign. Yes, so this opens, so this is like the good sign. Wait a second. Okay. The input box all. This opens. Kind of still good sign. Still good sign. What else? Multi all. Just in case. Just in case. So I opened the controls and Everything goes down. Okay. In order to not we'll see, we'll see. The loading is way faster than it was before. Well, if I go to the, for example, hot, that this works before, like hot. Okay, still works. But I soon go to graphics or controls, just drops. Editable text style. Like I have no idea, but like yes, text style and BAMs just drop. What's going on here? Graphics all, anti-aliasing, resolution. Vertical, global, gamma, accessibility. I don't get it. What is going on? Update visuals. Yeah, with construct, so we can set by default. Ah, set by default. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's create interface BPI set default data. Let's do it this way. BPI set default data. So graphics settings as default. Okay. Mm-hmm. Set by default. What? Set by default. Set by default. Mm-hmm. can do once actually. Do once with delay reset. DPI is set by default. Custom event. Set new method. Temporal A. So this goes like this. Boom. Like this. Temporal. Temporal. And update visuals. Whew. Screen percentage resolution. Button set slider. Custom event. Set. Reset. DPI by default. No, I think I have the problem here. Yes. I have the problem here. Actually, big problem. If I keep doing this stuff like this, update visuals. DPI update visuals. What? How? So I need to call this function only once in, like, somewhere. For now I will call it in the component, and after that I just like update visuals without any actual set. Update visuals, just like that. And I don't need all of this stuff here. And I will go like graphics settings. So somewhere here at the end I will set graphics settings. We can like split like this. We set apply, and after that we call this stuff. So these are like by the default already, and that's it. So now we have two systems combined together. What else? Like gamma, yes, gamma. BPY update visuals. What causes this thing, like graphics settings? View distance. Okay. Anti-aliasing. Okay. Okay. Frames generation. Let's get rid of this thing. Screen resolution. We do not. Window mod. Hmm. Huh. API update visuals. Resolution scale. Screen percentage resolution. BPI update visuals. FPS limit. BPI update visuals. FPS limit. I don't think that I need this tick at all, actually. Optical synchronization. Checkbox. Boom, 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 boom. BPI update visuals. RTX, no. Global emissive power sharpness, no. Dynamic vibrance, no. Deficiency. Like, what's going on, like, here? Like, really, what's going on? Everything should be just fine. Credits, back audio, credits, back, graphics and crash. Editable text. Oh yes, the process converting to 5.8 is complicated. Input. Input. Input box. Oh, where are you? Where are you? Cheats. Vibe code. All in Explorer. Okay. So again, crashing. I will remove the input box from the game completely and see how this will react. Settings resolution scale. I think this is the problem. Settings resolution scale. This is the problem. So like anyway, like input integers, this basically the main problem, I think. Sessions, VR turn angle, VR turn angle. So I have the controls and the resolution scale. Okay, this is like my guess. Resolution scale. What if we remove the resolution scale? Still. Such a pain. Such a pain. Maybe I can go to like settings, find like the main, see what's happening when I press like the graphics, and I can find the broken thing one by one. So open graphics settings, active widgets. Yes, nothing really crazy going on here. Graphics. So graphics, let's make everything like this. In use, how these things, how they are in use. How? Huh? How? So as soon as I open these things, like now, I don't have the crash. Screen resolution. Also, window mode. Okay. Resolution scale. Okay. What do you mean, like resolution scale? Why I don't see? Ah, yes, it does matter. Screen percentage resolution. Okay. Okay, FPS limit. FPS limit. Got it. So let's figure out what's going on here. One more time. But we can like, okay, FPS limit, we get rid of this thing completely. Only one thing. Let's go and try this again. Yes. Works. FPS limit, what's going on here? Input box. We got input box. Input box all. FPS limit. Construct. Event construct, update visuals. Combo box. Input box. What do we have here? Input box set 90. Text changed. Text changed. Set new frame rate limit. And what we got here? Save graphics. Update visuals. Update. Input box all. Input box all. Set text. Like, I don't know, like what we got here, like is valid, I don't know. What can I say? Maybe just like dropped because of like some random things in initialization. Save all. No. Let's do breakpoint. This specific editable box, it's so far crashes all the time. 5.8. Okay. Let's put this thing everywhere. Everywhere. FPS limit. Direct, true, do not set. What we got? Combo box. FPS limit, update visuals. Why I call this thing like in box? Valid. Valid. Numeric. Okay. What's going on here? Like graphics. Huh. Interesting. Really interesting. So the initialization was successful. So like as soon as I press settings, the graphics, they are in the memory already, and the initialization was successful, right? However, as soon as I pressed like the graphics specifically, I got the crash. Why? The only thing, the difference is that I just simply set this widget as active. Maybe some sort of like a visibility thing. And basically that's it. So something as soon as I pressed like the graphics. Maybe some sort of like internal loop. Event construct. Click on button dispatcher set as default. Settings. Menu settings. Okay, event graph on begin play. Open widget. Blah blah blah. Scroll box if this button. Set unfocused. Open graphics settings and basically that's it. Open graphics settings. I set the button to be focused. Nothing really crazy going on here. And set active widget index. Okay, menu settings. And I go back to like active widget. Open graphics. Graphics. as soon as I open. Nothing really going on here. Graphics, FPS limit. What if I disable any construction script? So yes, FPS. For some reason, this thing is like direct. Direct. So it's the combo box problem, am I right? No. So the construction script just drops everything. Widget switcher. Update visuals. Custom. Widget value index 1. Combo box. What if this should be like this? set selected option. Combo box 24. Okay. So I assume I need to add the delay. So I initialize the combo box, but this process still going on, and I immediately try to set the construction script for the settings. So this eventually got me like the crash. So I update visuals. I just go like do 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 do. Boom. Options. What are the options do I have? I'm not sure, but I think none. Okay, every time you see the stream, I have engine loading. Yes. Okay. Go to update visuals and blah blah. That's it. And this, in theory, should not cause any crashes. So, two things. Let's get rid of this stuff. Yes, you see, no crashes. So we can add the delay, or maybe the dispatcher. New options. Set new options. Completed dispatch is new options completed. By default, every time it's false. And by this time it's like true. And call this event. Update combo box. So we take this stuff, bind the new options. Create event, update combo box. This goes like this. Actually, let's do update visuals. Why we need like update visuals? Yes. Update visuals. Update visuals. Well, we can get this boolean, but get new option. If this thing is true, we do this stuff. Let's see. So we don't have any crash. This limit custom 24 custom. As soon as we select custom, what's happened? Crash. Oh my god. rename the stream. Of this stream I'm gonna call Connect in C++, Game User and Settings plus Andres UI crashes. As soon as I press custom, crash. Such a simple concept and it's not working. Okay. Custom mouse click. Set active widget. Set graphics settings. Set graphics settings. Why? Direct true, so this means do nothing. Trigger enable cursor, okay. Direct retrievable cursor. 24. Direct false. False. Set new frame rate. Save graphics settings. Okay. Custom. Custom. True. True. Set frame rate limit. Okay, set frame rate limit, apply. Okay, input 90. Index 1. Save graphic settings. True. Delay. And I got the crash. As soon as I pressed like the custom, I got the crash. So Epic, they changed something there. Yo, hello Rodrigo. What's happened? Let me stressed. Second half start and see you. Yes, yes. Hello, welcome in. Yes, stressed. Like new version, the unknown crashes. So I'm just like I don't know, like approximately like already a half. I'm just like trying to survive with the engine. It's constantly crashes. So the function that worked before does not work anymore. So I'm just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So yes, how are you? How are you? So like do you have like this stable internet? I saw you in the chat that you kind of like postponed like this streaming because of like the internet. So yes, me personally these days I was diving into the C++, and I think everything is kind of like good at some level. So let me get rid of this stuff, so we will have no combo box actually. No these things, so we will get like just input box, and that's it. The input box frame rate, input box, yes, max. The maximum will be always 1. The like the minimum frame rate will be 1. So we set this stuff here, and as for the rest we just ignore it. This is it. Event construct, update visuals. If this goes like this, set new text changed, input box, set new frame rate limit, set graphics settings. How about now? Like maybe this is like enough. Target. Target. So yes, I'm trying to do as much as I can. Yes, this update, this whole C++ thing. Oh, come on! Oh, another crash. I removed the crash element completely, and it still crashes. So, how is this possible, like coming that? The Epic wants us to succeed, but they break the things that already working. So everything's frozen. I have no idea. Maybe it's just temporal crash, like a cache crash. So again, the same thing. Font. Font, 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 font. Okay, so if this is like the font, what if I clear the font, put another font, maybe this will work. So yes, I will copy the system font somewhere and assign the duplicated font. I don't know, maybe they put some sort of like mark on it as like private or something like that. And I'm not able to code in my own like custom functions. Now it's like loading really long time. What a day. So yes, this is how the game dev. I really need to have the SSD, yes, really. And it's kind of like random. This might load fast, this might not load fast. Like really, just like, why do I need the microphone? I guess I can free the memory. Yes, oh, yes, I can set like the place where the microphone will be located. But I probably will make this thing like, if we disable the microphone, this will like, this can completely go from the members. So yes, we will leave it for the future. So this potentially could be really cool feature. So again, graphics settings. Okay, anti-aliasing, for example. TSR combo box, sure. Font. We got a Roboto. Default editor font. Compile. Okay, no crashes. So we take our default editor font. Can we... What do we have here? Okay, we just copy this stuff. UI. Copy. Oh yeah. Font. Good. Good, 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 good. And we set Unreal Engine font. Compile. What do we have here more? Like background, foreground, font family, asset, edit, preview. Combo box. So the combo box now everywhere. And let's move to, for example, like the text and W text. Unreal Engine font and input box. As well, like editable input box. Input box all. Text style font. Davalga free font. Huh? Huh? What? I had no idea that I have this thing. Okay, save all and see any crashes. I have no idea. It still crashes. Despite the fact that we removed everything that potentially caused the crash. And now what? Again, text. Problem with the text. Source. Font cache, cache font. Text shaper, shaper, text layout, text layout. Editable text. So editable text just like crashing. Any editable texts just refuse to work. Interesting. As soon as I press somewhere in the viewport, I have low frame rate. Oh, I will do the following thing. I will get rid of my old input box, and I have the editable box just like pure from scratch Unreal Engine 5.8 stuff, and I will just use this one. Let's see how this will react. If not, I guess we will just create pure from scratch, like just without any additional things, Unreal Engine, and for now we will have no customization for our input box. So let's add editable text. What is the difference? Editable text and editable text box. Here. Input box. Get rid of this stuff. Okay, we will leave editable text box. On text changed. Bams and boom. On text, that's it. Updated. Set text. Uh-huh. Okay, so this works, I guess so. Yes, 10 FPS, 15, 30. Okay. What if I go to editable box, puts this thing here. Editable text box, my custom one. Basically the same one, but it's my. So yes, set text. Set text. Text. Set text. Text. Changed. Thirty, 10, 15, 30. Interesting. I don't know why, but yes, sometimes as soon as I move this thing, my Steam overlay sometimes drops to like 5 frame rates. Like something forcefully lower the frame rate. Anyway, let's go to the next thing. Controls! Ta-da! What we got here now? Editable text. Okay. What a surprise. Controls. Okay, what we got here? I assume mouse sensitivity. Yes. So as soon as we get rid of the mouse sensitivity, everything will go as usual. Yes. Mouse sensitivity. Input box on. Okay. Editable box. Can we replace with AD? No. What? Huh? I have a message that my translation updated successfully, but I did nothing. What's going on? Okay, on text changed. Boom, 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 boom. And update visual. Slider to percent. Yes. Editable text box. Set text. In theory, everything should work right now. Graphics controls. Yo! Yo! No crashes. Yo! Finally! Oh my god! UDP settings crashed. Oh! So I know what to do. I know what to do. I was like thinking, yes, the same error. Like here we are. So object handle index, no. Shape shape this font, text layout, editable text. So we will go to like our pool of the things, and we replace basically everywhere where we can able to find the frame rate. Oh wait, not the frame rate, the input box, and just replace with the newly created one. So I have no idea what's going on. I guess it's on Epic side. Input box all. Delete 3D chat sensor ports. Okay, sensor ports. Huh? Input box input. No, editable text box. Changed. Okay. Where else? Oh my god, I have so many things to replace. Delete assets and update references. Like, can I do this thing? Editable text box. Can I do this stuff, please? So this did nothing. Mm-hmm. Mm. Really interesting. So engine messed up with the blueprint. It's really, really bad. Really, really interesting. Oh my god. Yes, UDP details. port to send. IP address. Address. yes, so on, so on, so on. So on and so on. I think we can add like the stream somewhere here. Like, I don't see like any other points like to keep streaming, because this is just like pure routine task to fix this stuff. Just like go through these widgets and replace with the newly created one. I have no idea why, but yes, UnrealEngine works really bad with its own converted widget. So the last thing I think I have left is just like settings. So there was like controls, so there was like DVR settings. Connect them to C++. So like play in VR. Bike in VR. So yes, but this will require me dive really into the deep oceans, so I will definitely go through it like later. So let's go it. Okay. Nobody almost here with us. Only Rodrigo. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think we will not raid anywhere. So yes. Giga tired of this kind of stuff. Just like randomly happens. So yes, anyway. The update will be tomorrow, as usual. Not many things have changed since the last update, so it's the only thing. This should work faster at some like levels and more optimized. This is like the main advantage so far. I don't know if this will be noticeable. This will be noticeable, but it feels already running way faster than it was before. Yes, plus just some new visuals when the demo ends. This is like work in progress. So yes, this is it. Have a great week, and we will see you around really soon. I'm gonna take a walk.